Hey guys, what's up? So, first 3D stream today. I hope you guys can hear me. Is my voice clear? Is my voice clear, guys? Okay. Alright, so today I'll be doing like a couple of assets in order to complement sort of what I have right here, as you see on the screen. Those are like a couple of assets I did those assets for classes that I was teaching, and I did them on the same theme, sort of like a pirate-ish stylized style in a sense, you know, cartoony style based on a pirate theme. And I wanted to make a couple of more assets in order to fill the scene sort of with an environment, and then just do a quick render like a diorama. And first off, like, we're gonna go through the whole process, and the first thing that I want you guys to know is that there's a poll running throughout the stream that wants to know what you guys want me to model first, like the sword, because there's going to be a sword on top of a table. I'll tell you all about my idea. And then there's the table, the table itself, and the stool, and there's a couple of books, coins, like golden coins around the table spread like in a captain's cabin. So you're seeing, like, on the stream, there's those two assets. They are like the key concept in a sense. Like, the style needs to be coherent to that. So I'm gonna go through the pages that I had planned for researching, because that's the first stage, right? So we're gonna research a few concept art pieces, then we're gonna credit the artists as well through ArtStation and Pinterest, which is like the primarily my source. You know, primarily it's the first source I go to in order to research. So let me just... Okay, so I've been searching for like Captain's Cabin concepts. You can search like at ArtStation, you can search for artist's work, and I was searching like digital 2D because I prefer to use 2D reference, because I prefer to sort of interpret 2D reference other than copying exactly like a 3D model or something. That's, to me, that's stealing. That's different, you know, like I don't know what you guys think about that, but to me that's not legit, you know, copying a 3D model while interpreting 2D reference. That's different. That's a whole different thing, because that's what happens in a studio, right? You interpret 3D reference. Ideally, you don't even want like the concept artists to show you like a front view and side view. You want them to show you sort of the 3/4, so you can interpret the reference, especially in characters. So alright, so subject matter, you can search like character design, book illustration, blah blah blah. And I was thinking more like props. I use this little software called PureRef, which is a neat little software piece because it sticks sort of to the top of the screen. So whenever I'm searching here, or I'm working like in Maya or something, it's still there. So I use this with transparency, and I have my reference on the corner right there, especially in ZBrush, because you're sculpting, you don't want to be like switching between your various references. So maybe I'll search for props right here. Props, that's it. Captain's Cabin, maybe this is not the ideal. Maybe I'll search for pirate. Let's see the results. Alright, so there's like some swords, Darksider sword, Sea of Thieves. Maybe this is like official art. No, yeah, this is official art. So I really wanted like fan art in a sense, which is cool, because I could do this from imagination, you know. Ricardo Osvedo says, I think see a 3D model helps too. Okay, but I see primary 2D assets to inspiration to my game. Okay, yeah, yeah. Like 2D assets are the best because it allows some room for creativity because you're interpreting something. You're not copying. That's the thing. That will be a theme when I'll do like drawing streams, live drawing. You'll see that most people think that I'm copying, but I'm not copying. I'm interpreting sort of what I see, in a sense. That's why I don't usually draw from photographs. I do draw from photographs, but I don't copy photographs. So in a 3D type of approach, it's the same thing. You don't want to copy, you want to interpret all the time. And those different interpretations in a studio environment, they go through iterations, right? Like they go through the art director. He approves or disapproves your interpretation and sends it back, and you interpret it again, and then you send to the art director. All right, so you can see like a couple of books right here. Pirate props. Wow, that seems nice. Dennis Shikabo. I'm sorry if I'm butchering the name, but Shikaibov. All right, so 2D artists. Nice. Whoa, some nice little exactly what I wanted, actually. Wow, I think I'm gonna use this. I'm sorry, Dennis Shikaibov, if I butchered your name. I'm gonna follow you and like this artwork because it's exactly what I was looking for. Like a book, a couple of coins, a cutlass or a sword, and then this bottle of rum. Maybe I'll use something different for the bottle of rum. I was thinking something more Skyrimish, like those round flasks, you know. So yeah, all right, so this is like the first one. Maybe I'll just add it to my pure ref scene. You can see it's right here. It's transparent, so you can't see. Maybe I'll put this white for now. All right, so I want this book. Maybe I won't copy exactly the book, you know, but it's still nice to have like a few sources of inspiration. Can you guys tell me if the music is too loud or if you can hear my voice clearly? Can you hear my voice? Alright, seems like I need to manage here, like the sound. Alright, okay. Right, so maybe the coins here. Just drag the references and then I'll edit. I'm gonna credit the artist. If I do like a more legit copy of the assets, then I'm gonna credit the artist. Maybe this cutlass, I will do it as faithfully as I can, and I'll credit the artist because he was like the first one. Prop design, sci-fi game, like pirate sci-fi. Alright, let's check this out. Alright, Cyber Pirates. This is actually an official release, or it seems like. It is. Hazardous Deep Space Cyborgs. Okay. Yeah, it seems like an official release or a portfolio piece for a company. Alright, so this is like layouts of the cabin itself. I'm not gonna model like the whole thing. Wait, turn up your voice a little bit. What about now? Is it cool now? Maybe it's the mic that's too far away. Is it okay now? Can you hear me? Like 1 2 1 2. Okay. All right, so maybe the music's too loud. I'm gonna change the playlist. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. So I'm gonna model like a small diorama of this. Maybe I'll do like a carpet here. The table I'm gonna do sort of from imagination, and the stool as well. Like I'm not gonna use chairs. I'm gonna do like simple stools because it's supposed to be like in a ship, a pirate ship. So they're not gonna have like fancy sort of chairs. The only one who has a fancy chair, it's actually the captain, right? Okay, so let me check this right here. Okay. Music's good. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Right, so I'm gonna do like a small diorama of sort of like just the environment. Maybe I'll do like a corner wall or something to do like a render in Marmoset toolbag or something. I don't know. I'm still experimenting. This is just a small stream of my process in a sense. I'm not really sure I could finish like before the stream ends. But I really wanted to go through the whole thing, at least of one asset, like today, if I could. I already did before. I did a small asset for a class, and I finished it like in a single demo. Right, so this doesn't work. This is 3D. This sort of works, like Tom Brook. Sorry guys, I'm terrible with names. Maybe it's not Brook. Maybe it's Brook. I don't know. Okay, so maybe I'll use this as well, just as sort of another reference that I can look at, because I usually prefer to have more than one reference for each asset, because it allows me to get a different perspective on things, especially if they're in a different point of view, because this is sort of like a side view, which is perfect for modeling, but for modeling the base mesh especially. But this allows me to look at the different angle. Like this is like a 3/4. It's what I was saying before, you know, like 3/4 views are perfect because you interpret what you see. When you have like a side view and a front view, you have to be sort of scientific with when you're modeling, because the thickness is right there. It's already established by the concept artist, and you don't want that. So Tom Brook is already here, like Tom Brook and Dennis Shikai both. Maybe Tom Brook has another sort of portfolio piece that we can use, and maybe not. Maybe it's a little, yeah, it has a few swords right here. Nice swords, actually. Nice weapons. Nice color study. I really like this one. Alright. Well, maybe we'll do a couple of these. I'll follow this guy. Alright, let's search. There's a mug right there. Seems very, very like the one I just did. I just show you. Okay, prop sets, more props. Whoa, these are cool. Like, nice chest. Much better than my chest. Alright, do you draw your assets before start modeling? Well, sometimes. Like, at the sculpt, like the ZBrush sculpt that I did of Lilith from Diablo, I had a sketch that's right there, like, you know, behind me. There's a sketch right there of Lilith. I did a small sketch before, very quickly, just to get my thoughts in place, you know. But normally for props, I don't. For props, like, I just use, I'm not a concept artist, so I just use props from concept artists, and then I credited them. I'm actually working, maybe I'll show you guys, like, I'm working on a sword, like a fantasy sword, sort of like in the Darksiders style. And it's from a concept by Gonçalo Cristóvão, and it's awesome. And I'm gonna credit the artist, original artist, you know, like in the video, like the turntable. So it's something that if you guys do work on 3D and you don't, or you're starting to work on 3D or something, you always want to credit the artist, like the original concept artist, because it's, imagine if you're modeling something and then you send it, you sort of finish it like as a static like character or something, and then an animator comes in and picks up your character and then animates it and then doesn't credit you, you know, how would that make you feel? You know, not very good, right? So it's the same thing with concept artists. Like every time I use like a pre-existing concept, unless it's not named, but in ArtStation you can see like the account of everyone, so there's no excuse. You just want a coconut sword. Wow. Oh, why is it not loading? Coconut sword. I was thinking maybe do the sword. I don't know. You guys need to vote on the picks. The sword. Okay, I have a 1 vote for sword. You guys have until I start to model to pick which one you want. Either the sword or some of the environment assets. The sword, if we go for the sword, I'm not gonna be able to finish it on one go because I'm not that fast. But if you guys pick like environment assets, I might do like the stool or the table or both, and I might get at least to the texturing phase today. You know, like in a couple of hours I could do it. Depends. This is very hard to do with a sort of a time attack mode, you know, because it's a process that requires some thought and some, you know, you need to take it easy in a sense. If you do it, try to do it fast, sometimes they just just doesn't work, you know. It's sort of like programming, right? So there are things that I'm very comfortable with doing in 3D modeling. There are things that, you know, regarding specific assets, depending on the asset, the complexity, that I'm not. So, because, you know, people are comfortable with some things and they're not comfortable with other things. So it might slow down the process, and there's always like technical problems that you face throughout the process. So why does the search suddenly stop being, you know, yeah, the search just reset. Alright, let's search for pirate again. Medium, digital 2D, subject matter, props. Sometimes this happens. Props. Alright, more swords and props and whatnot. Pirate Props by Jessica Pelletier. Pelletier? Jesus, I'm terrible. Okay, so you see this rum bottle? I was thinking something more like this. Alright? Yeah, you can speedrun code. Yeah, that's true. It's the same thing with 3D, in a sense, because you can do speed sculpts and speed modeling, but it's not, if you wanna, you know, if you wanna work your work to look good, other than just practice a skill, because when you do speed modeling, you're actually just practicing. It's a practice exercise. But when you want something to look good, like a portfolio piece or something, you shouldn't rush. You shouldn't really rush. Alright, so the rum is more on the side of like that. Even though I'm gonna be honest, I really don't know how to work opacity and transparency in Marmoset, actually. Substance, you can kind of do it, you know, with a channel, like an opacity channel. Maybe I'll just model, if you look at this, maybe I'll just model like a two-sided sort of model, and then UV the inside facing out, maybe, or just model like the liquid thing, and then UV it, and then, you know, make an emissive or something. I don't know. We're gonna go through the process and I'll find it. I'll tackle the challenges as I go. Alright, so first things first. This Jessica Pelletier I'm gonna follow, because I want to know which artist I'm using for my work. Yeah, ArtStation's search engine is a little weird. It always resets if you use like the arrows of Chrome, which is really not ideal, but you know. Alright, so digital 2D, let's go for props again. Right, so environment, 1 vote on environment, 1 vote on sword. So we are tied. You guys should vote if you want me to start with the environment or the sword. I'm gonna then sculpt all of them and then texture all of them at the same time, you know, even with the chest and whatnot. Like, I'm gonna import the low poly and then just do like the UVs again, and it's gonna be cool. Okay. I'm actually looking at if there's a table or something with coins and whatnot, just to get me the main idea, the main inspiration for the scene itself, you know. Like, I don't want just a flat, like, oh, where is it? Like this, you know, like I don't want something that is not gonna be, because I'm not gonna do like this whole thing. This is a diorama actually, but it's a very large diorama. I could do like a modular workflow and just model 1 chair and just duplicate it, and then maybe the chest here instead of, you know, like 2 chests or whatnot. A few books here with coins and 1 rum thing, and then a map or something around here. The rug is actually kind of simple to do. So the bookshelf, you know, maybe I could do this, but that's gonna be like very time consuming in a sense, you know, like for a couple of streams. But maybe I'll just drag this here. I'll just use this as one of the references. Right, so searching for more. Wow, nice concepts. Very simple. Okay, so this doesn't work as concept art because it's just hard to read for me. I could never understand how I would model like the bottle here. See this? This is like, you can't, I don't know how the form works, you know, like there's no form right there. Here I could probably try to guess because it's sort of like the typical bottle, and here it's like a typical flask, but here it's just so random. Well, the pistol sort of works for a side view or ideas, sort of idea kit bashing, but I wouldn't call this like finished concept art. So at least not for me, not for my workflow. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot more. It's crazy how popular like pirate games were a couple of years ago, and suddenly it's like nobody's doing pirate art anymore. You know, like a couple of years ago there would be like a ton of pirate inspired art, you know, either from games like fan art from games like the Monkey Island series, or, you know, Sea of Thieves and whatnot, like Sid Meier's Pirates, Pirates of the Caribbean inspired a lot of fan art, and suddenly there's not a whole bunch, which is a shame because I really like that theme. Right, so let's look for something different. Let's look for sailors. Huh. Some of you guys, I don't know if Gordo is here. If he's not here, yeah, if he were here, he would be laughing because I just said let's look for sailors. That's a reference to Shenmue, actually, which is one of our favorite games of all time. There's a stage in the game where you're looking for sailors, and the only question that your character can ask NPCs is, excuse me, do you know where sailors hang out? Or, excuse me, would you happen to know any sailors? Or like, excuse me, I'm looking for sailors. Which is super cheesy, super corny. I could actually just save this and then just import everything here, but I prefer just to drag because it's not gonna be like a full res. Maybe it is. It's sort of like this works, you know, like it's not gonna be perfect. Then I'm gonna like categorize this by the sword, the book, and maybe once I'm starting to model each asset, I'll be looking for further reference on just books or just flasks, you know, not necessarily pirate-ish style, you know, like. So let's go for treasure chest. Maybe we'll find some dioramas or something. Alright, so we're still tied at the votes, the Twitch picks. You guys should vote like if you want me to start with the sword or the rest of the environment models. Alright, so don't talk about UVs, please. Oh yeah, I know that headache. Yeah, UVs are a pain, but once you get familiar with how they work, in a sense, it's gonna be like, it's like flipping burgers, man. Alright, this is nice. It's a nice concept. The idea of having like the coins, but you know, like the chest doesn't open. My chest doesn't open. It's not, it wasn't modeled on the inside. I just modeled the outside and then did that render. So I can't use this, so, but it would be cool. It would be a cool idea. Oh, there's a lot of chests, but not a lot of pirate art, which is, you know, crazy. A lot of chests. This looks like a mobile game chest or something. Yeah, I was looking for actually for scenes like model bundle pack. Nope, don't want that. Okay, so there's 114 results. Okay, let's look at pirate ship interior, for example. No results. Pirate ship. Pirate quarters. Or I could just look at pirate concept art. Pinterest. Sometimes it's cool to search on different sources. I'm just looking at Pinterest right now. Alright, so this is a sort of a pin by... Nah, not what I was looking for. Or maybe I'll just go pirate art. Nah. Pirate props. Concept. Not a lot of concept art based on pirates. Crazy. Yeah, but if I remove, maybe if you remove the subject props, okay. So, but if I remove the props, it's gonna show up like characters and ships themselves, you know, like, and that's not necessarily what I want. Pirate ship. Nice cutlass. I'll just drag this here. Yeah, this imported like the thumbnail, which is okay. I guess I could use this for as another source of reference. Right, so more. Let's check more. Let's check some more concept art. Nice. Yeah, there's not a whole bunch more concept art on this. It's a shame. Wow, nice. Art station, pirate stuff. Oh, all right. So if I search like pirate stuff, what will happen? Or just pirate. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try like just digital 2D but no subject matter. Okay, so you can see that there's a lot of characters. You can find a lot of characters, but not necessarily ships, concept sketch, Sea of Thieves, outposts and shops. I'm always afraid of using concepts that have the logo of games because I'm not really sure if they're licensed or not, if they're official sort of work, or if they're fan art. So always really skeptical about that. Let's see your picks. Alright people, there's a Twitch picks poll running. You guys need to untie this, because you have to choose like if I start with a sword or if I start with the rest of the environment to model. So someone needs to untie that, because in a while I'm gonna start modeling, and if you don't untie it, I'll just start with whatever. Actually, the first beginning stage of every sort of environment that I do is like the block out. And the block out, you have to model sort of like the basic shapes for everything in the scene. Same with drawing, actually. In drawing, we call it the block in, which is like the overall shapes and gesture and construction and structure of the drawing, like the composition and whatnot. Yeah, there's not a lot of art regarding pirates. It should be like, I should be around like an hour here, like an hour or two just searching for dioramas. Oh, alright, pirate room. Okay, so if let's try searching for pirate room. Then if it doesn't work, we'll just go with what we have. Pirate room. Okay, there's another here. More cartoony. Okay, I like it. The table is a little different. Sort of like, looks like a college student pirate room. It's like if people could go to pirate college. And this is like a pirate sort of, you know, frat house or something. I don't know. It's just crazy, right? It looks like, you know, like a bunk bed and the small little table, everything cramped up in there. All it lacks is like some pictures of naked pirates or something, you know. Alright, so there's a map. Map would be cool. Yeah, it could be cool if I could just do like a scene. Alright, so the grid here is like actually optimized for Unreal, so might change that. Gonna go to grid settings right here. Somehow this is sort of opening on the other side. So yeah, a unit is 1 centimeter, so I'm gonna go for, yeah, maybe I'll go for 1,000 anyway, but then I'm gonna get grid lines every, yeah, every 10. Yeah, maybe this is, yeah, okay, so I'm gonna get this a little bigger. And I'm gonna import, first I'm gonna set the project, okay. I'm gonna set it to gonna set it to something. Now maybe I'll just create a new project because I can find my project window. Create a new one. Pirate Diorama. Right, Pirate Diorama. Portfolio. Yeah, let's go with this. Accept. Then I'm gonna import a model. Where is it? I'm gonna import the treasure chest so I could have a reference for size, how everything works. Then I'm gonna judge everything. I'm not gonna be like too anal about like the measurements and stuff. I'm just gonna go with what I already have. Might be 2 different sizes, which is ideally not what we want. I'm gonna import like the chest and the mug. So where is it? It's right here. Scenes, substance, chest low. Chest low. Whoa, yeah, it's super big. The freaking chest is huge. Okay. So we're gonna have to adapt this a little. Maybe just go with a smaller size. Center pivot, right? Whoa. So yeah, this is like the size I'm going for with the chests that I already have rendered. Has the UVs already. So yeah, the UVs are not that tough. The toughest part was actually this part here. This was the hardest to UV. It was a little weird. I got a little wonky results. It's hard to me to know the sizes of my models in Maya. Well, if you're working with something like a level design or an architectural piece, you want to be as faithful as possible to real life sizes, you know. But since I'm just doing a small diorama, it doesn't really matter because it depends on the light decay and whatnot. You know, like when you're working with games in the game engine, you sort of have to stick to a grid in order to work with modular assets, and also in order to get the lighting calculations right. You know, like, and when you're doing like architectural photorealism, it's the same thing. You're working with real life metrics on light, and so you need to use the grid and use real measurements, you know. But since this is like a stylized, it's going to be for Marmoset and maybe import it into Unreal at the end. Maybe we could resize this to Unreal, I could get like a cube with the size of a character, which is 180 in Unreal at least. So 180, you can see like this is the height of a player. And let's get like 100 here. 100 here. So this is sort of like the player, right? So actually we could, like, the treasure chest seems a little small. So let's get this treasure chest a little, let's resize it a little. Let's get it a little bigger. Yeah, all right. So around half the size of the player. But yeah, like I was saying, it's not a thing to be completely anal about these things, you know, like it's not important, at least in this project. So I'm gonna go for like the overall size of the table right here. The grid is a little weird. It's a little off, actually. Let me just check like my 4 panes. This is like the side view. Yeah, this is like a 10. Yeah, 10, 18 actually, 18 squares, which is like every single one of them is 10. So if this is 180, it's 18 squares. Yeah. Right, so the overall size of the table, I'm not really sure if I'm gonna make it round or squarish, but it doesn't really matter at this stage. I just want to go and get some block-ins here, like a few geometric shapes. Oh, I'm also gonna import the mug, but let's get the table sort of in place for now. Just the template of the table, not necessarily the final table. Just get this sort of in place. Doesn't really matter if it's not exactly. Let's group this and get this like right up to the side. Because we can assemble this in Marmoset actually, or we could just send it with the layout here in Maya, and then just sculpt the assets separately in ZBrush as a subtool, and then just get everything into Maya, and then do the retopology one by one, and bake the UVs in Substance and paint them separately. All right, so let's get this to the middle. Oops. Let me just go to the top view. Oh, yeah, this is the top view. Let's get this to the side. And let's put this right here. Maybe a little bigger. Then I'm gonna put the pivot like in the middle, because I just want a quick sort of block out. Duplicate special. Yeah, I'm gonna change the placement. Whoa, something's wrong here. Oh, I know what's wrong here. Yeah. This is too high, actually. Gotta center the pivot. So right there. Let's put this off to the side. I'm gonna use expert mode. Alright, so again, just the overall block out. Look at specialist control shift D, but let's get to the options. Rotate 90 degrees. 0. Instance, yeah. Let's duplicate special. Whoa, the heck happened here? Let's get the rotate. Let me see if the Twitch picks. All right, so there's 2 votes on environment. So as soon as I finish the block-in of the overall, like the assets, I'm gonna start with the one that has the most votes. Okay. I don't know. Well, sorry. Just close this. Okay, so 3 copies. Scale seems about right. 90 degrees here, so 90, 90, 90. Don't really know what. Okay, so why this is wonky. Whatever. Let me just freeze the transformations. Maybe it's that problem right there, and delete history. By type history, duplicate special. Still a wonky. The world settings, so let me reset the settings here. Is this working with maybe object transformations? Yeah, maybe it's doing object transformations. No. Doesn't really matter. It should be around here. Let me check if this size is correct. Oh, I know what's wrong. Yeah, I know what's wrong. I have symmetry on. For some reason, for some stupid reason, Maya gets everything a little messed up because of the symmetry. When you have symmetry on, it just doesn't work. We do parent. Nope. Still wonky. Do 3 copies. Maybe do a copy or an instance. Doesn't really matter. Control D. Control D, and then just have multiple duplicates here. And create a new poly. Better to duplicate the legs. Yeah, that's what I was doing. That's what I was trying to do, but Maya for some reason is messing with me today. I was gonna duplicate the legs using a duplicate special. Sometimes it just goes the other way. Because if you change the pivot to the center, it should give you like the center of axis of where the rotation is gonna happen, right? So let me freeze the transformations. Alt-Shift-D for delete history. And then duplicate special. Let me try this again. 90°, 3 copies, apply. Okay, yeah. Something in the geometry was wonky. Like the geometry had some history messed up, and now it's working, sort of. Let me get this into the side view. Well, it's sort of working. Not necessarily, though. Don't know why. You know what? Whatever. Let's just do mirror. Mirror Z. Do not merge. Combine with original. Cut geometry. Yeah, why not? Nope. And let me just do another mirror. This time on the x-axis. Just to check. Seems about right. Maybe it's this that's messing things up. Right, so one more. The z-axis. Yeah, this is working. Don't know why the duplicate special wasn't. So yeah, this is like the base proportion of the table. Maybe I'll make this round, I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll do it round. For now it's like this. So now I'm gonna create the overall like sort of shape for this little piece right here. For this little piece. Oh yeah, it's just a template, so let's just get this right here. I need a full interface. Try to use in my model and seems to never work. What do you mean, like the duplicate special? Duplicate special, right? Well, it's something to do with the transformations, actually. Yeah, there's something with the transformations of the history that was messing things up, but never happened to me before, you know, but things happen. So I get a sphere here. I'm just doing this by eye, not using any specific reference, just to get the overall shape right there. Just turn on wireframe unshaded. Right, so gonna delete it from here, maybe, and maybe here I'll delete it from here. Then I'm gonna, right, how many divisions did this have? Let me recheck that. 16, so this needs to have 16 because I'm lazy, so 16 divisions. Alright. So yeah, just as a base mesh, this is gonna go through ZBrush afterwards, so I'm gonna combine this. I'm gonna bridge this together. Make a few divisions and a taper. Oh, why is it not working? Linear bend. Maybe do a little taper right there. Maybe a few more divisions. And maybe just bevel this. Yeah, I'm being a little too precious with this. It's not the point. This is just supposed to be a block out, so alright, so let me go put this right here just to check the size and proportions. Maybe it's a little too big. Just put this right here. Okay, so yeah. Also, there's a thing I forgot right there. Just extrude this. Whoa, something is going on here. Something's happening to this edge. I'm using a slide modifier for some reason. Let me just check something. I might need to reset the interface. Maybe that's it. Maybe there's a snap here somewhere. Let me just reset the tool. For some reason this is still sliding. It's attached to that edge for some reason. Whoa, this is weird. Right, let me just go for something like this. And then just maybe just extrude and merge collapse edges to center. That's it. What do you mean? You don't even, I didn't even know you could do that. What do you mean? Like reset the tools? You mean to reset the tools, right? You didn't know you could reset the tools. But the thing is, sometimes it's not the tools themselves, but this time it was because I was when I had my mouse over at the axis, it said slide, so it was attached to something. What do you mean? You could do that? What then? No. All right, so let me just check if I can do a basic block out of the book. Maybe this book needs to be cropped a little. And just crop this. Maybe crop this. And crop this. So I have everything here that's organized. This needs to get bigger. And get the coins cropped. Get the books right here. Also, I'm gonna turn this to transparent mode. Let's go for the rum. When you combine the two objects and use the bridge. Yeah, that's a feature. Bridge is an operation, only works within the same mesh, so the same model actually, the same object. Alright, so we have the sword right here. Put this on top. Get this reference right here. I'm gonna use this as a main reference. I saved it on my ArtStation. Yeah, I saved it. So I'm gonna actually save this, because I'm gonna use it as to model the sword. There it is. Alright, so it's saved. Okay, let's do like the main sort of block out of the book, and then we're gonna go for this tool, which is gonna be sort of from imagination and table. I'm gonna do some fine-tuning on the modeling. Maybe the book, I'm gonna go for this one. Maybe. Right, so how do I tackle this? So this would be kinda easier in a sense. This part in the middle, it's kinda easy. This is easy to do. This is easier. Yeah, in a sense, maybe I'll do this and then add some elements maybe from both. So yeah, let's create the book. Just get the proportions right here. Hey, Andre F. Suarez, thank you for following. Right, so the main base of the book's gonna be something like this. Then maybe I'll just delete this and get some, or maybe just do like a couple of primitives. Whoops. Couple of primitives here. Messing things up here. Whoa. Yeah, something's a little off about the transformations here. Don't know what, but something's not right. I might have to reset my interface, so there's a thing here. You go, Rudolfera. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Alright, so how do I can't remember how do I reset this? Settings and preferences, UI elements, no, it's like settings and preferences. Maybe I'll just have to reset the preferences. Nah, let me just figure this out. Because I created this and okay, so maybe I'll just freeze right now. I'll just twist this, get this 90 degree. Right, let me just go for something like this. maybe snap the pivot to here. Just insert an edge loop here. Use the modeling toolkit, it's way faster. Alright, so yeah, I think environment 1 now Twitch bakes. I could just snap this here. And just go towards the side view. Yeah, I mean, this is always resetting. Front view. I'm gonna snap this here. Yeah. Geometry off, y-axis, object mode. Yeah, not the y-axis. It's the z object axis, okay. Yeah, but not like this. Doesn't really matter. I could just merge these. Right, so combining merged. Maybe it isn't. Yeah, no, it isn't. I usually just use the smooth, sort of the smooth preview, just to check if there's something wrong here. And there are a few things that are wrong. Yeah, much better. Right. Just to check if it's merged. Just to block out of the shape. You always go from general to specific, so just figuring out how I'm going to go through the model. Just gonna extrude this. Yeah, this is gonna be wonky. Thing like this. Maybe I'll just go for something like this, and then I could poly tweak by hand these vertices here and just snap them back into place. And this one as well. I just want to Snap them here. Snap everything back in a place. Just make sure there. Right, so now it's just a matter of going like this. And we have a basic block out of a book. Alright. Maybe I'll go for that little tiny detail. You know, because I'm precious, so about these things. I want it to look good at every stage, so even at the block-in phase. Just go here. Increase the whoa. What the heck happened there? Yeah, something's definitely wrong with my Maya today. Let me just save the scene. Set for some reason it's not setting the project or not, so yeah, there's something definitely wrong today. How's the stream quality, guys? Is it sharp? Can you see like the interface and whatnot? Time to do the famous reboot of Maya. Ha! Well, it's not that famous around here, I can tell you that. It's like, it's very rare that these things happen. At least to me, so... And at least in Maya. ZBrush, that's a whole different scene. Sometimes it crashes a lot, sometimes it doesn't. Guessing it sort of depends on your graphics cards as well. So... I'll just go here, scenes, I'm gonna save the block out. Block out. Also, there's something I wanted to share with you guys. In maybe 2 or 3 weeks, I'm gonna start with the streams scheduled for drawing as well. I'm gonna do like drawing streams. I'll be doing studies and copies and personal work live. I already have like things set up here. It's just a matter of getting a boom arm and a face cam, and that's it. And I could do it because I have the whole, you know, the supplies and whatnot. Art supplies are here, so not at the studio. Okay, so the book block out. Just get the outliner here. It's a polycube, yeah. Let me create a plane. That is nice, thank you. It's just a matter of, you know, like whenever I do exercises, I'll stream them. Whenever I do exercise at home. And doing some copies and whatnot. Even like sketches for concepts, and sometimes I do like a few sketches of ZBrush sculpts that most of the times I never show them. But I'm thinking about starting to show like every work I do. It doesn't really matter if it's garbage or not. Good teaching method, very easy to understand. Oh, okay. This is not supposed to be a class, but you know, okay, thank you. Thanks anyway. Yeah, that's true. What is true? The good teaching method, or that this is not a class? I will upload to YouTube as well, like a few tutorials. The first tutorials I'm thinking about uploading are, you know, I'm gonna do like a rundown of the interface on Maya and ZBrush, and I'm gonna explain how I set up the custom UI in ZBrush, how I set up my hotkeys and whatnot. In Maya, I'm gonna explain like the various different approaches to doing the same thing, basically, and where in the interface are you gonna be focused on, depending on the method you choose. So I usually work with a mixture of marquee menus and and you know, like standard menus and shelves. Or shelves are, I've been, you know, neglecting shelves. My custom shelf is empty from 2019 because 2018 I had like a shelf, but doesn't really matter as long as it gets the job done. So let me just do like use the connect modifier. Just get like, no, maybe that's it. Get something like this. Get like 4. Get a pinch. Just so it bends a little. You are good at teaching, but I am not teaching right now. Thanks anyway, but this is not supposed to be a class. Yeah. But thanks. Yeah. I'll be focusing more on that on YouTube other than Twitch. Twitch is just me working and streaming to you guys and answering your questions. So feel free to, if you're not doing it, feel free to join the chat and ask any question you want. Maya sometimes gets on my nerves. Sometimes. You know, there are days that it seems like Maya has a conscience or something. It's trying to get at me, so happens to everyone, so don't worry if it's happening to you. Let me just get a bend modifier here. Let me just deform this a little, because you know, that's the problem with me and blockouts. It's sort of like the same in drawing. That's one big weakness that I have, is that I start getting excited about little things, and it's normal. But in 3D, you're sort of allowed to do it. In drawing, you're not, because if you get too excited about little things, and suddenly you're like drawing an eye without even having the head. So it's a figure of speech, but yeah, I'm gonna deform this. I don't care. I really care. Okay, so first off, I'm gonna go and extrude this a little. Just reverse the normals and do a bend modifier right here. Bend modifier, and then just rotate this 90 degrees here. And go to my bend. Whoops. Need to rotate it on the y-axis, I think. Nope. Not the y-axis, the z-axis. Curvature. Okay, so something like this. And then Alt-Shift-D, delete history. I have one question. What is the most useful skill to learn if you're learning art in general? Drawing, man. Drawing is like the #1 skill that you need to know. Like the drawing fundamentals, you know, like composition, gesture, structure, lines, how to work lines, like how to hold your pencil, everything that goes from the most essential basics to something like composition. You know, like the fundamental principles of drawing are the most important art skill you could ever learn. Because when you're working, drawing encompasses everything in art, in a sense. Like if you're working 3D and you're using sort of your understanding of form, your understanding of perspective to work out the scenes. So it's sort of like if you're very good at drawing perspective, if you're very good at understanding volume, then inherently your 3D is gonna improve. It doesn't mean doesn't mean it's required that you know how to draw in order to do 3D, but it's a skill that will definitely improve your art. So yeah, like the fundamentals of drawing, I would say, like even if you're a photographer and you're working photography, if you understand how light works, like in drawing, because you know, if you're working in shading and doing form, like rendering form, if you're rendering and drawing, like you're your understanding of light and how light works and interacts with the scene and the objects is gonna be what affects your work the most. So it all comes down to drawing. Like whenever you're doing sculpture or you're doing 3D modeling or you're doing photography or you're doing, doesn't really matter if it's artistic or creative, like drawing is at the center of it all, you know? Great question. Yeah, definitely. Great question. Alright, so one more deformer maybe, because I'm being very picky about this ribbon here or whatnot. Maybe I'll just deform these shapes a little bit. Non-linear bend. Ugh, here I go. Don't remember. Can't remember which axis I rotated. Maybe, yeah, so it's the X and the Z, I think. And curvature. Whoa, something's off here. Yeah, doesn't really matter. I know what part of the model is doing this. It's this thing right here. And since the other part's not going to be shown, so doesn't matter. It's just a block out, so I just want to have something more organic there, so it doesn't look like a flat sort of flag. Maybe I'll rotate it in the Z-axis 180. Right, so I'm gonna combine this. And there's a block out of the book. Then we're gonna work out these shapes. But first, a block out of the coins themselves. Maybe a coin bag. Maybe a coin bag would be awesome. So I'm just putting them on the table. Of course, this is gonna be on the table, but the coins themselves and the bag, maybe they're gonna be besides the chest, like around the chest. But I'm gonna put them on a table so I have an sort of side by side with the other assets, so I have an understanding of proportions in a sense. Like if this is the shape or size of the rum sort of flask, and this is the shape and size of a book, I'm not gonna have like a coin bag that's the size of the table, right? So I don't usually model them in the block out. I don't model them separately as like different Maya scenes. I import as many assets as I possibly can. And now what I'm gonna do, since I have two assets already, like two props here on the top of the table, I'm gonna import my mug, the one, you know, like the one I showed you. Let me just get it again. You know, like this mug right here. I'm gonna import it into Maya. So I know like this is gonna be like the centerpiece of the table, because it's already modeled and it's already like, imagine that's what I usually do. If I do like a model and do the rest of the assets based around a model, I interpret like this model if it's like my art direction piece. Because normally in a studio you have like an art director that sends you like the mood paintings or like the center character or something that establishes like the aesthetics of the whole thing. So if I have like the chest and the mug that establish the aesthetic, then I'm gonna use it as sort of a centerpiece for everything else I do. So for example, if I have like this wooden part of the chest right there, I can't deviate from that style in a sense. Like when I do the table, the planks sort of the table, they're gonna have to be around the same style, the same type of sculpting that I did here in ZBrush. It's gonna be the same. So yeah, I can't deviate from that. And maybe this square table is annoying me, so I might do it round. Yeah, maybe I'll do it round table and big. So yeah, this is the character size. So character size, maybe I'll do it a little larger, like wider table. I don't know, it's still too soon. So I'm gonna import the asset first. Import. It's gonna be big, I know it. Because, you know, like when you export from ZBrush, normally ZBrush just goes all over the place with sizes and proportions. And since this was retopoed in Maya, It was retopoed after the asset from ZBrush, like the mug. So it got a little wonky with the sizes, but it's okay. It is like drumming, you need to learn the basic of music and tempo. It's the same thing, yeah. It's the same thing with any instrument. Like if you want to know how to play guitar, for example, you have to learn this specific sort of technical thing about the guitars. Like it's a string instrument, right? And there's specific technicalities to the guitar. But then the fundamentals is like music, harmony, tempo. Those are things that doesn't matter if you're playing guitar or you're playing a piano or you're playing like a trumpet. There are fundamentals of sound and music that glue everything together. So it's the same thing with your question. Yeah. Scales and harmonics, yeah, that's it. So drawing is like the scales and harmonics of 3D and photography and sculpture and painting. Normally people have a very, they easily identify like the correlation between drawing and painting, but not necessarily drawing in other areas like photography and architecture and whatnot. But it's if you draw in a classical manner, sort of like I draw, then it's very easy to understand how it correlates with everything else, visually artistic, of course. Even music has some correlations, some weird correlations with drawing, which is more conceptual, but still, you know, when you're working composition in drawing, at the same time, it's sort of like you're thinking about the musicality of a picture, you know, like how it rhymes around the eye. Like when your eye goes around the picture, there are parts that rests and there's silence in some areas, then there's a big contrast in the other area, big noise, and you know, so there's always a correlation between those things. Classical draw class helped me a lot. What do you mean, like the classical draw class? Class? Do you mean like drawing classes? Do you mean like if I do stream drawing, like classical drawing? Oh yeah. What I'm planning on doing on this Twitch channel is not necessarily tutorials. That would be like the YouTube channel, but here I'm gonna do like my own work and then just share it with the world. That's it. Just share it with the world, and hopefully you guys can support me in that, actually, just by following and watching the streams, actually, and watching the tutorials on YouTube, because that will allow me to keep working on my personal stuff. So, you know, and I'm on the road to affiliate. Like, I'm not actually an affiliate yet. I just need a few more followers and some hours. Like, I have a few streams projected this month, so I'm gonna hit the 500-minute threshold, and that's gonna make me an affiliate. And then I'm gonna have like the subscriber button, the emotes, you know, like the bits thing, the systems. I'm still getting used to all of that stuff because I'm kind of new on Twitch, but I can understand like how the subscription sort of milestone works. And for now, my channel doesn't have a subscription, but even if I have a subscription, like, I won't block any content on Twitch for only subscribers. Maybe I'll have like a monthly or a bi-monthly, you know, stream that's subscriber only, but that would be like, I don't know, like a workshop, a 2-hour workshop or something for subscribers. You know, like when only subscribers could chat, doesn't mean you can't see the workshop itself. Just that only subscribers could interact with the chat. But those would be like twice a month thing, special subscriber only thing. But I'm planning on doing like every stream I do, like on Twitch, most of them at least are going to be free, like no subscriber wall around it, because that doesn't really make sense, because some of the streams I'm going to do are just gaming and chatting, so it doesn't really make sense to have like subscriber only. You can only you know, like, to watch this guy play a game or something, you need to pay. It's like, I'm not, you know, flaming esports and Twitch streamers that only do that, but since my channel is not necessarily a gaming channel, it's more of an art channel, it doesn't really make sense for me to block you from watching like gaming videos on my channel, you know? So I'm planning on doing it free, like you could just watch. All right, so let me search for the mug. I have the mug around here somewhere. There's so many like scenes and projects in Maya here that I can't really make out. That helped me a lot. Thank you. Happy to help. Crap, I can't find it. Where's the barrel? It was on the same project as a barrel that I was doing for the tutorial series on YouTube. Yeah. Decimated, baking. Handle all low. Yeah, that's it. Maybe this is it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's actually not that big. It's actually, I think it nailed the size actually. For some reason, like the chest was gigantic. It was huge. And my mug is actually the ideal size. Wow. Well, maybe it should be a little bigger. Yeah, maybe a little bigger. Like the place where you hold the hands should be the same as sort of the face. You know, but the flask is still on the blockout, while this is a final model. It's the low poly with the UVs, and it's already textured and whatnot. I just don't have the textures here in Maya, but I have them in Substance Painter. But yeah, so this is sort of like a mug here. And get a couple of those. Yeah, this is like blocked because it has an emissive map, as you can see, like on the turntable has an emissive map right there, sort of to get it. Like I like to put like a small detail on the model that it's like glowing somehow. And when I work on this style, like stylized. Neko Kuro HB Kaneki. Are you Kaneki? Welcome to the chat. Are you Kaneki? Neko Kuro HB. You know Kaneki. Kaneki is the guy that beat me at Rocket League. Maybe. Neko Kuro HB. Okay. We'll let that one sink. And see if... I don't think so. Neko Kuro HB. Right, so this is the proportion for... Whoa, this is wonky. Let me just hold this in place. Maybe group them. Yeah, group this. Center the pivot. Wireframe here. Maybe I'll add some geometry here and just put this shape as a whole little rounder, sort of like this. Then get these. Whoa. We get these shapes right here. Get them a little wider. Screw things up. Just get this and then grow selection. Grow. Or just get these two. Yeah, something like this. Not completely round, but Maybe I could get it round. I'm just being lazy. Yeah, something like this. For now. Right, so more assets. Let me check. For some reason, PureRef just got on the back. That's not normal. Because it says here it's on the mode. Always on top. Alright, so the ones that are colored this is actually a material that I use for retopology. So they're the ones that they're finished, so I won't touch them. Alright, so more assets, let me check. Maybe I'll have like a sheet of paper here. There's none here, but doesn't really matter. I'll just create one. And then I have like the sword like stuck on the table and on a sheet of paper. So yeah, let me just create a plane here. And I have to have some thickness, because you know you can't render the back of a plane unless you make it double-sided like in Substance, but I don't really know how that works, honestly. No, let me just get this to... For some reason the planes are not working correctly. UVs normalize. No, let me just reset the reset the create plane thing. Like on primitives, plane, reset settings, create. And there it is. So get this around like this. And then maybe let me generate a deformer. You can do the subs. You can do the subs to give away some drawings, for example, that you do in stream, and something like that is important to live for everybody. But the subs needs to have some perks. Yeah, like the subs have like the Twitch overall perks. And besides that, they'll have, as I told you, like the sub-only chat rooms for the workshops. And I'm thinking of doing like twice a month. Twice a month, I'll do like workshops, which will be like tutorials live that only subs could chat and ask questions and interact. But other than that, you mean like giveaways. Giveaways, I could do them and pick like a sub randomly, but I'm doing a Patreon as well, and it's in the works, and that's gonna be planned for the Patreon, actually. You know, like also the subs will have access to a Discord channel, you know, like an exclusive Discord channel where they could, you know, share the work and whatnot. So yeah, so it's gonna be more interactive in a sense. It's like the subs are like my students, so they're gonna have exclusive workshop live chats, and then an exclusive Discord where they can share sort of what they're doing with what they're learning. So yeah. So they are gonna have perks. Diary K, that's looking good. Thank you. Thank you, man. Kaneka K, thank you for following. Thank you for following. Road to 50 followers. Right now, it's looking good. It's looking good. I have 42, 43, I think. So 50 is like the first milestone. Right, so let me do this sheet of paper. So let me just generate a deformer here. Non-linear, let me check. Squash, spline, flare, wave, that's it. That's what I want. Let me check. Amplitude, envelope, wavelength, offset, amplitude. Whoa! Take it easy, buddy. Alright, so let me check the offset. Yeah, I don't want this to be centered. Min radios, I'm gonna put this maybe to the side, sort of like this, and change the amplitude. Whoa, something a little different, maybe 0.05. Yeah, just to bend it a little. Drop off position. Maybe I'll put the amplitude up just so I can check what's happening. Envelope. Yeah, maybe I'll just decrease the envelope. And the wavelength is going to be... Yeah, the envelope needs to be a little bigger. It's gonna be sculpted anyway, so... You know, it's not gonna be sculpted, it's just gonna have like an opacity layer to it. Maybe I don't really need to do thickness to this. Maybe I'll just have to paint an opacity in a sense, in a part where I want it to be like torn and whatnot. Drop off. Yeah, the drop off might be little. Yeah, this needs to be right around there. Max radius around there. Wavelength. Yeah, but the wave... let me check the options here. For the wave. Yeah, this is not exactly what I wanted. Let me check if there's some more. Because this is going radially. I want something that goes, you know, straight. Pose space wrinkle. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. I'm just going to delete this deformer. Since I'm not an animator, I'm not that familiar with deformers. Oh, this is a tool. How does this work? Wrinkle. Let me check the tool settings. Wire tool. I have no idea how this works. Never worked with this before. The wire tool. Oh yeah, I picked the wrong tool. Yeah, let me just go. So this is the wrinkle tool. Radial, tangential, yeah. But it's still a tool, right? Yeah, it's a tool. So how does this work? Wrinkle. Maybe... No, don't really know how this works. Maybe I'll do that non-linear like wave deformer, but then I'm gonna go and sculpt it a little. Alright, so amplitude, wavelength. Wavelength's gonna be something like this, but flipped. So offset, maybe like so. Wavelength maybe a little less harsh. something like this. Maybe I'll change the min radius to something like this. Max radius. Yeah, I'm gonna... No, don't crash. Come on, it's gonna crash. Yeah, I think it crashed. Damn it. Whoa. Was it trying to save? Yeah, it crashed. Whoops. Doesn't matter. Just a blockout. Yeah. Damn it. Yeah. Something went wrong there. Kinda... But the Maya actually had time to save, so he has a quick sort of crash save. Sometimes this happens and it just stores in the temporary files right there. So I could try to open it, see if it opens. Maybe it won't. Yeah, maybe it won't open. Yeah. Corrupted files. Crashed again. Yeah, that was something going wrong there. RIP. Rest in peace. Yeah. Well, but since this was a blockout and I had a few saves, I don't know, let's hope that the save wasn't that far off. I think I saved it after the book. I don't remember. What? There it is. Let me just check. When was the last time I saved? Okay. 30 minutes before. Yeah, I had the book. I just did not have the ribbon. That was just a shame. But I could create another plane here because I wasn't happy with that plane either, so... Let me just create the plane here. Reset settings. Create. I could do something a little more detailed right off the bat. So yeah, guys, always save. Let's check if I can change the width subdivisions. Just go and put it like so. And then vertex, soft selection. Something like that. That's not gonna be seen, so I could just delete it. Alright, so let me just deform this. Bend. I still remember the rotation, so 90 on the X, 90 on the Z. And then go to curvature and just this, and then the envelope, or the high bound, low bound. Yeah, something like this. Then go change the curvature a little. And maybe go to the back. Yeah, then go for curvature. It's actually looking better, so happy accidents, right? Alright, so yeah, my third chip got corrupted too. Okay. So yeah, I was working on that plane, so it wasn't really far off from this part. I just had it imported the mug. That mug. I'm just gonna keep this open so I have a reference towards the style I'm looking for. Already pre-established the style by modeling this and texturing, so let me just create a plane. Oh yeah, and save. That's important. Let me just save. Alright, so create a plane. Something is wrong definitely with my Maya today. Don't know what, but it is. This doesn't really happen. Hasn't happened in a long time, like Maya crashing. And with such a simple scene like this, it's like... And then the table was already edited as well. Gonna import that mug. So yeah, in around maybe a month, 2 months, I'll start with the tutorial series on YouTube. Like the first series is gonna be more about like customizing your interface in ZBrush Maya, and then the fundamentals of drawing as well on YouTube, like Magnetic Studios. Those are gonna be like tutorial-like things, and I'll upload the live streams as well to YouTube, especially the technical ones, not the gaming ones, you know. Like, so yeah, check out the YouTube channel for more. Let me just import this. Where did I put it? I always forget where I put stuff. It's a very huge weakness. Barrel, where is it? I actually have a mug that was much more fitting to this scene, except for the liquid part, which got kind of weird. And that's the mug that I have on my art station. It has a skull on the center, which is, you know, fitting for a pirate sort of direction in terms of style. So, but I'm not gonna use that. I'm gonna use like this mug right there. So where is it? That's the question. $1 million question. Yeah, here it is. FBX right there. Select the mug, group it, and put it on top of the table, just to have an understanding of proportions. Yeah, my third chip, Group 2, maybe create a specific channel where I could upload the VODs. Well, I'm more thinking about, like, on Twitch you have access with a limited time. On YouTube you would have like a playlist of the recent streams, or the ones that I feel are relevant. They'll be there. I already have like the first live stream, which I did like a ZBrush sculpt of Lilith from Diablo. So that's already there. But yeah, YouTube's gonna be more technical, more about like content per se. So yeah, this is right here. The UVs are laid out correctly, so then it's already textured. Let me save this in again. Now I'm getting paranoid. And here, not this. This is gonna be. Let me see if I can change the divisions here. Maybe I'll do a little different table now, since I have the opportunity to switch symmetry off. And just go for something more like this. No. Yeah, something more round than it was before. The Vlad mug, yeah. Yeah, the Vlad mug. Bloody mug, actually, but yeah. Because, you know, like, has a skull, and that skull, it was really super stylized then. And I had this idea for Diorama, maybe I'll do it in the future on Twitch as well. For a diorama of a throne, like Dracula's throne. But since I'm working on this right now, and I have two assets that already establish like the same style, like this one and this one, those are actually the same models that you're seeing right here. They're just rendered. So, yeah, okay, so where's the sheet of paper? Let me get the outliner. There it is. Right, so the sheet of paper, it's gonna be something more around like this. Control S to save. Deform. Jiggle. I really have no idea how to work these deformers in a sense, like down here, because they're geared towards animation. You can use it for like baking some modeling, some pre-modeling, like here with the wrinkle, but I have no idea how this works. Like, these are tools actually, so I have no idea. So maybe I'll just use like the same I was doing, a wave deformer, get the geometry, and get something with an offset, amplitude, whoa, get some offset right here, the wavelength a little smaller. Just a little bit. Something like this, but offset it. So yeah, it's something like this. Alt Shift D, there it is. Like a sheet of paper. And then I'll just sculpt a little bit on this using like some tools here. Just do a little bit of sculpting. Whoa. Just pop up the tool settings, just get the strength. Show wireframe, exit sculpting, no. Actually looking for the strength. Just very slight sculpting, no symmetry. Maybe I could just get some of these verts. It's a soft selection here. Control S. Yeah, yeah, Control S. You want me to do that right now? Let me just get this out of the way first. Maybe rotate it a little. This angle right there. Yeah, I don't know. It's looking kind of wonky. Okay, there it is. Right, so now I think in terms of assets, the main assets are already there. It just means that maybe I'll need the coin at some point, like that coin right there, which is too tiny in regards to the others. This on the front. Control S, that's right. So yeah, this is a pretty simple shape. This is actually, I know exactly how to do this in ZBrush. This is actually pretty simple. There's a brush by Orb. The Orb brush is by this guy. Can't remember his name, but I'll credit him. I'll credit him when I get the chance. So I can't remember. He has like a free set of brushes on Gumroad. Orb brushes that they have like a crack clean or a slice clean, I think. It has like this exact shape, like this detail right here. So yeah, maybe I'll just use this as a main reference somehow. Let me just get maybe a couple of different coins, like I'll get a cylinder right here. And these are, if you want to import this into the engine, then maybe these assets need to be separate, you know, like separate scenes. But since I'm gonna go for a diorama, I could just export them separately as an FBX file, and then I'll just sculpt them. I mean, to texture, you know, I could texture them separately. Alright, so no soft selection. This is actually going to be pretty simple. Let me just duplicate this. I want a couple of variations. And just go extrude. And then another extrude. I know that's kind of random, but what are your expectations on Dragon Ball Battle Hour? I don't even know what that is. Dragon Ball Battle Hour? What is that? What is Dragon Ball Battle Hour? Please let me know, because I'm a fan. So yeah. Oh, I also forgot to an event where they talk about some Dragon Ball games. It's live right now. Where? Live where? On YouTube? Is it live on YouTube or Twitch? You gotta check that. Oh, Fighter Z, yeah. Oh, they're talking Dragon Ball card game. I actually play that. I have a whole collection of Dragon Ball card game. Oh, okay. So, But what are your expectations? What do you mean? Like, I really wanted them to sort of get the DLCs for Kakarot out, like, finally. Because they have, they have been delaying it for so long. Like, the last DLC was kind of fast to come out, but the first was, wow. It was like 8 months for the first DLC, so it was a painful thing. And I really, really wanted them to just end the season pass, so we could move on to other content. So that's what I want, actually, from these talks. They are talking about the DBZ Kakarot Legends, Dokkan Battle, and Fighter Z. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't know. Maybe I'll check it out later. Check out the live stream later. But yeah, that's primarily what I want. I want them to finally get Kakarot to the end of season 1, season pass, and then sort of get people excited for the next season. Right, so maybe this variation is gonna have like a bevel here. Maybe not like this, though. Yeah, this is gonna be a pickle to solve. Let me just get this out of the way. And then just go to append. Append. Just append these polys right here. I could just fill hole, but I was too lazy, and now it's taking me more time. Right, so now it's maybe better to do some variations here. Maybe I'll just sculpt them separately. I'll get this as like the same asset, these 3 coins, and I'll sculpt them differently, each one of them. So there are 3 coins, too big. It's too big. This size, be a little bigger. So yeah, I'm not really sure about the proportion of this sheet. This sheet is too big. Like, if that's the player, this should be like this. Yeah, so the coins should be like that. Book. Yeah, the sheet should be like around the same size as the book. And then get the coins like side by side with the book so I can check. Yeah, seems about right. Alright, so now for the coup d'etat. The coup d'etat is like the cutlass. So for the cutlass, I'm thinking about going for the base mesh straight off the bat. like so I can just send everything to the sculpting application, ZBrush in this case. So yeah, maybe I'll just finish off the book before going for the sword. So I'm going to go for the book, and the book has a few maybe details that I can use. Floating geometry. Maybe this is floating as well. Okay, so right, so I could add some subdivisions here first. Like get this edge loop. Modeling toolkit, connect. Just go for something like this. Go for something like this. So I could change the shape as well. Like I could make maybe a backup of this. Gonna combine, maybe combine. Yeah, I'll combine them. I have edges selected. Combine, yeah, and then duplicate it and have a like a variation to have some different books. I'm gonna sculpt them individually, and then because maybe I don't know, because this is still too in my head. I'm not reproducing this, you know, faithfully. But if I want to have like a shelf or something, and I might need like different books, maybe 2 or 3 that then are going to be like duplicated and rotated and, you know, scaled to create some variation, different textures and whatnot. So I might need a backup there. Right, so now let me just go for something like this. And then duplicate face. And then I'm gonna model just this thing. Let me just Control S before something goes wrong. Rudolph Ferroficial 1v1 in Dragon Ball. What do you mean? Like Kakarot? Kakarot has no multiplayer. And I don't really play that much of Fighter Z, so... You mean Kakarot, Fighter Z, or Legends? Or the card game? Let's just go... We're gonna scale this up a little. Yeah, these are gonna be exported separately. They're gonna be floating geometry, and just export this separately so I could get them into ZBrush as different subtools. I mean this part. I'm gonna delete this vert, so it's a triangle there. Isolate this. Get this vert. Maybe delete this as well. Delete the edge. And delete this vert. And this. So yeah, now I have this shape. Maybe I'll bevel this. One segment for now. Let me just check the concept. Yeah, something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's a quad. If I round it up, yeah, this seems fine for now. It's the base shape. Then I might any sort of like creasing and stuff like that that I might need to work on, I could do it with in ZBrush with Z modeler. So yeah, I'm just gonna fill a hole. There's a fill hole or bridge. Yeah. There it is. So right, just this floating geometry. Just get the pivot to this side right here, and then duplicate it, and maybe I'll do freeze transformations. Then duplicate it, -1 on the y-axis. Combine this. Yeah, but for that I might do that thing over there. I'm not sure. What do you guys think? Because this looks like wood, like the wooden cover. I don't know if I'm going to do this exactly as the concept is. Might do it more like this with some stitching and whatnot, and then this part of the side maybe a little bit different. Or maybe I could do like the corners the same way this guy does. Yeah, you see when I do that, I just mix up a little bit of the elements of the concept, because I might like this more in terms of like the corners and how it handles like the stylized look. But I like the clean sort of geometric shape of this concept as well, like with the ropes and whatnot. Like all the details, if you squint your eyes, like this is a little more exaggerated, maybe because of the camera angle. I don't know. You mean like the blue? Second one looks better, to be honest. You mean like the blue book, or this one? Yeah, the blue one. Yeah, I mean, maybe in terms of palette and whatnot, it's a little not so pirate-ish. I mean, this looks might look better on a pirate table, you know, because of the pirate theme. Because this is a pirate sort of asset, but it doesn't look like it. There's no hints towards that. But the shape design of the whole blocks of sort of like geometry that I'm seeing here, they're way more captivating, at least for me. So yeah, maybe I'll just mix it up a little. Because sometimes, you know, like, you know what I told you in the beginning, like I interpret reference, I don't copy reference. So right, how am I gonna do this? Yeah, I might need to add an edge loop there. Right there. Before, I might need to collapse these edges. Yeah, I'm just gonna go and merge vertices. Yeah, for now. Get something like this. Not really worried about topology right now, so yeah, I know there's an end gun right there, but I'm just looking to get the shape first. so. Set to face right there. Now I might do some tweaking here because this is still an n-gon on top. And if I want this to not be an n-gon, I could just link this right here. Right, no n-gons right here. Alright, so now maybe a connect. Do like, yeah, like 3 polys. Maybe bench them a little. Get them sliding over to here. Maybe just go and get the overall shape a little bit. Something like that. And then these polys flat. Let me check with the book on top. Yeah, now what I'm gonna do is go to the top view and just tweak this by hand. Like so. This as well is a little too thin. Something like that. Get this a little. I don't need the UVs right now. Top view? Yes, no, front view. I might just need 2, actually. I might need like the top view right here. And then the perspective. That's it. Alright, so this is a little rounder in shape. What I could do is actually get a cylinder here. Let me think. Yeah, I could have put like a cylinder there, just the faces that I wanted. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna delete this part right here, this part right here, and this part right here. So I have just the profile. I'm gonna work with the profile a little. Something like this. Maybe I'll duplicate it already so I can check if it's working. Yeah. Kinda. So maybe it's a little too pointing down. No, it's gonna be sculpted anyway, so I'm not gonna be too pressure about this. Let me just create. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so 9, 18 maybe, 1836. Yeah, create polygon primitive cylinder. Top view. Get my cylinder shape right there. Maybe 36. like this. Isolate this and see the points. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this needs to be a little. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is gonna be 36. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, I could just delete it if I don't need it. So I'm gonna go something like this, like this. Just get this to the book. Right, so I'm gonna scale this down a little. Something like this. This is a little wonky. Might want this to be more. Like this. Doing it by eye, so it's not that it's not gonna be that accurate. Something like this, right? No, all I need to do is combine this. Switch panels right here. Yeah, this is the side view. So I'm gonna need to get these verts snapping. This is not snapping correctly. Should snap to there. This one should snap here. This one should snap there. This one too. And that one too. Oh no, this is not correct. So this one should snap to this. This one should snap to this. This one to this. Yeah, something like that. And now just for the combine and go like so. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So there's an issue right here. I could just delete this. Delete hatch. bridge. Yeah, it's facing the wrong way. Damn it. Reverse. Yeah, much better. Right, so more divisions maybe. Division in the middle. Like so. Just so it's not some flat geometry. Same thing here. This part, with this part. Bridge. One division. There it is. Maybe it doesn't need a division right there. And then this. This. Fill hole. Where's fill hole? Well, it's not here. Yes, it's something like that. And then just get this to the middle of the book. And then just duplicate it and scale in a Y -1 and combine. Then get the pivot to the center and duplicate it, scale on the Z -1, combine. Right, so in the borders there's actually a different sort of detail. So I could just extract this. Maybe extract this. Duplicate face. Select any of that. What else do I have selected? Nothing, right? Yeah, nothing. Let me just go and put this right here. Now duplicate it and actually just scale this. Something like that. This actually might need to be a little thicker. Thicker, like so. Yeah, maybe it's too thick. Maybe I'll have to duplicate this down again. Because now I need to center it in the middle. Duplicate this. Freeze transformations. Duplicate it. -1. Combine. There it is. Right, so now here's the same thing. Right, so now maybe I'll extract this part, or maybe not. Maybe I could just duplicate this part right there. It's the same thing. Yeah, this is actually the same thing. Let me just check the concept. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's actually literally the same piece. So yeah, I don't need this. I just need... That means if I want to replicate this exactly as is, so I was thinking more of like a shield here, a wooden shield here, but no. So yeah, I'm gonna go with the easy way, sorta, and then see if it works. Duplicate it, scale on the X -1, a little weird. Yeah, I don't know if this works. It might be too thin still, so I might need to... Yeah, I might need to scale this a little more. Yes, something like that. Maybe a little more, actually. I want this to be exaggerated. Get it like that. Maybe it's too much on the top. Again, this is gonna be sculpted in, so I sculpt the wood part, so it doesn't really matter. Just gonna go for this snapping here. Freeze transformations again. Control D, -1. Combine. And D. Snap here. Control D. -1. And combine. Right, so here's the basic book. Just a very basic one. I might do like, instead of like this anchor here, I might do a like a skull but sculpted in, instead of just being painted like the texture there. I might sculpt like a steel skull, like I did with the mug, the other mug. So not this one, the other mug. So yeah, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I will. Check the topology here. The book. This has some triangles here, which are gonna be a pain in ZBrush. I could just delete this. Yeah, delete this edge, and then it's no longer a triangle. Yeah, 2 quads right there. Right. Then I'll crease them in ZBrush. I don't need to worry about that right now, so I'll use ZModeler. I use ZModeler a lot in the beginning stages of a sculpt, like a high poly sculpt for baking. That's what I do. Lucas Moreira from YouTube. Thank you for joining. Still, this looks a little weird right here. Too thin. Yeah, okay. So this is like the base thing. I could just sculpt, I could just create a base mesh here as well for the skull. But rather than that, I would just sculpt from start to finish on ZBrush like the skull. Maybe I'll do that as well. So here it's just gonna be a texture with some opacity here on the edges to make it feel like it's kind of cut in and worn out. And here I'm gonna model like the cutlass right now, just like a cutlass here stuck on the table. And then the table itself is not gonna be this basic, so maybe I will do that right now before we take a short break. So let me go through. Right, so my thing is, normally what I did for this chest was actually I did this as a base mesh as a whole, and then I sculpted the planks I did some fake planks right there. I just carved in, used some brushes from that pack I told you about, like the orb cracks and stuff like that. But then baking, it got you know, there were a couple of issues there, so I might create the plank separately here. Yeah, I might do that. So let me just create a quick cube right here. Create like a basic plank, and then I'll just sculpt it. Sculpt them separately. Which is actually better for creating like cool effects, like wood effects on ZBrush. So I might just have one plank right here, and they can be non-proportional, you know, because it's a stylized thing, and other than just being stylized, it's wood that's been worn out like over time, so it could be like a little wonky here, and then the other plank being a little different. So I might go a little larger, like a little wider here. Maybe go like this. And then here, we go to the top view. Okay, so I'm gonna stick this to the grid. Yeah, stuck to the grid. And then I'm gonna duplicate this and go towards here. Maybe I want it to be super like tightly snapped, and then I'll just bevel the edges a little bit. Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm gonna do. Something like this. Duplicate this, get this to the other plank, and just scale it down. Tweak the verts. Something like that. Scale it down. It could be a little offset, doesn't really matter. You're going to be sculpted anyway, so. I'll get this sort of like this. Maybe this is a little too wide. Yeah, something like that. For now, that's cool. So now all I need to do, let me just delete this. So it gets a little wonky. Let's go something a little different. Alright, so edges. And then I'm gonna go and whoops. And merge this, maybe combine this, yeah, combine, and then get all of these edges. Actually, I want all the edges and bevel them. And then get some one segments. Something like that. Fraction. Maybe I'm a little bit interaction. Not that much though. Maybe I don't want to all the edges. Maybe I want this from the side view. Yeah, maybe I don't want the side edges to be beveled. Maybe I just want to bevel those edges. One segment. Right. Yeah, that's close enough. Doesn't really matter. Then I'll just sculpt the wooden details in. Alright, so I'm gonna isolate this and I'm gonna just make half the table and then just mirror it over. And once I do that, I want this to be deleted. And I want all those faces in the middle to be deleted. Because I want to merge them. I want to merge those vertices together. Let me just check if there's any geometry right there. No way. Yeah, it's all taken care of. Yeah. No geometry. Seems fine. Yet there's some issues right there. Right, so let's start merging these. I could check manually. No geometry. Okay. Right, so now just with the target weld here in the modeling toolkit to target. Now I'm gonna target this. The wood could be like all over the place, doesn't really matter. It's gonna become organic anyway. Maybe that one piece I don't want that to be attached in the same way. So maybe I want the other way around like this. Or not. Yeah, big mistake. Okay, now for this side. And then there's the geometry right there as well, which is a little weird. On this side it's not working the same way, so merge vertices down with a threshold 0.001. Whoa, what the heck's going on here? They're already merged. Oh, okay. Less work for me. Right, so now all I have to do is mirror this, just put this on the top view. And get this to be mirrored exactly where I want it. So and mirror geometry, x-axis, cut geometry off, and then I want to merge the border, merge border vertices, yeah, like so. It's okay. Right, no deformations there, and now I could just tweak this a little. It's not completely sort of flat. Maybe this deserves another plank right there. I don't know. Or maybe I could just add an edge loop. Yeah, maybe I could add like an edge loop in the middle and then just get these corners out a little. Like that side wooden plank would be a little different. And then go like this. I could sculpt it anyway, just sculpt like a little thing right there. Like so. Yeah, it's okay, doesn't really matter. It's gonna be all done in ZBrush then. Right, so for the legs of the table, I don't want anything too flat, right? So maybe it's becoming a little is this proportional? I'm not really sure. Whatever. I'm just gonna copy the legs then for the stools. So I want something a little more. I haven't found any tables actually. Let me go for. Just gonna search for round table stylized. Let me just check. Yeah, I wanted something more curvy, but still concept. Because then I don't want something that's real. Concept art. Not a lot. Picked a category that's very, very, you know, very hard to find reference to. Whatever, I'll just create my own thing. So maybe I'll just delete this. I don't need this, I don't need this. I could just create one. And then this is a little too high. Then I could just connect a few edge loops right here. That's 0.5. And then the slide. This will be 0.5. Pinch. Yeah, pinch needs to be 0. Sorry. So I'm thinking about something around like a wood bar, sort of twisted, but then with an iron ring around it or something, and maybe tie that. I don't really know. But yeah, maybe like a weird little. Well, let's just play with it a little. Let's see what's going to happen. Lattice. Change this lattice to like 2. Yeah, like 2. Change this lattice point. Maybe the problem is not here. Maybe I needed to add more geometry. that connect. Yeah, I'm gonna add a lot of geometry. Maybe I'll create like 6. Now I'm gonna create a deformation in the lattice. Now I can work with this. 2 except for the T, which will have like 3. Alright. So lattice point. And if I scale this, just go towards something like that. Snap this here, snap this here. I'll Shift D, then maybe I'm deleting this. I'll create another lattice. Like that. Maybe this gets a little exaggerated, like so. Maybe this goes maybe like this, maybe like that. Something more. Phew, that's too much. Looking like wood anymore. Could look like wood, depends on how you sculpt it, so yeah, but something more like so. Maybe this goes whatever. So I usually just sculpt or model in the front view and then just go and twist this around. Right, so maybe I'll just delete that. Something like that. Again, it's just a base mesh. Then I'm gonna go for a more sculptural type of approach. So especially if you want this to be stylized, it really means a lot if you don't spend too much time on Maya or Blender or whatnot and just go for the sculpt. For example, this is starting to become really weird, like this leg. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna go to the side view. And then I'm gonna create a curve. I'm gonna create a curve like so. There's only so many ways that you can create a sort of like an artistic table, you know, it's just a table. So maybe now I can just change these vertex. So vertices right here. So yeah, something like that. Maybe I'll snap this here. Now I just have to create polygon primitives, a plane with no geometry, just the 4 sides. Oh, jeez, there's the pure ref getting annoying. And I could just twist this a little, like that. Yeah, and then Control select this, edit mesh, extrude. Divisions. Oh yeah, I have to select the face. Extrude. Then divisions. Okay. Oh, I could add thickness to this if I wanted to. Like so. Put faces together on or off. But yeah, I want this on. So yeah, I could do this as a base. And then just go for edit, modify face transformation, is added, delete, duplicate special. Let's see if this works now. Scale 1:1. It's not working. No idea why this is not working. Rotating in the y-axis. Supposed to. Oh yeah, it's rotating on the z-axis as well. Yeah, much better. Okay, so now these are all instances, so I could just go to my no, these are not instances, I forgot. Jesus. Forgot to change this from copy to instance. There it is. The other way around. This one's a little thicker. Oh, Jesus, this is so So annoying. Yeah, okay. So component. This one. This one. Yeah, something like that. Then something like this. Yeah. Then I'm gonna create a ring there. Maybe this is gonna be that simple. Let's just create polygon torus. Let's go like this. And this pure F is getting on my nerves. And then just go axis. Maybe something like that. And height. Just go to 4. And then twist a little. Twist 45 degree. Get a ring. And the radius. And the section radius. Something like that. The height. Change the height like so. Into something like that. I don't know if that looks okay. Or something like that. I don't really know. Maybe, I don't know. It's a little weird. It's a weird table. And it doesn't look that sturdy, actually. Whatever. Anything we could just, you know, do the legs on ZBrush. But yeah. Or maybe the table a little smaller. Maybe the table could be smaller. The table itself could be more of a like 3 or 4 person table instead of being like gigantic dining table. So yeah, that's it. Yeah, so now this is like the base mesh, so now I'm gonna go for the cutlass, like the sword. And I might create just a small, you know, like a very, very basic base mesh, and then we come back next time. We'll come back to the sculpting process. So if we have like a very understandable and very readable silhouette on the base mesh, that's okay. We can do everything else in ZBrush. So yeah, so this model, I might come to the, let me just grab all of these and just put them here on the side for a minute. And then I'm gonna go for, first let me just freeze my transformations and clear, delete history. Delete history, there it is, okay. No problems here, no issues. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna import my image, my source images from here, from my source images actually. And I have this right here, which I'm gonna rotate a little, just to get the overall shape here. Right, so first off, the blade itself, which it's a little different than what you would expect. Most people would just go for this up to the top depending on the blade, but a cutlass actually has a couple of faces here and then goes here. Like this part's sharp, this part isn't. You know, it depends on the cutlass actually, but yeah. So it's an instrument made for cutting, not for piercing, you know, so that's why it's called a cutlass, you know. So alright, so first thing I go and do the blade itself. Let me just check the proportions. Let me just go put this side by side with a mug. Right, so it's a little too big because this is where you hold the mug. So it might be a little too big still. Something like that. Yeah, something like that. And then just gotta put this right in the middle again. And then I'm just start modeling, basically. Create polygon. How am I gonna do this? This concept art is actually not that explicit. It doesn't tell me if this is like cut in like both sides, like a triangle here, or if this is part of the blade that's chipped off. I'm gonna go with chipped off because a cutlass is not that thick here. It gets thicker around here, so it's curved in sort of like that. So it goes like this. Very, very simple low poly geometry. Then we can add more if we want. So just go like that, just go like that, like that. I could just do this without the chips and then just do it in ZBrush as well. Might do that actually. Yeah, I might do that. So this is like the silhouette of the blade. Yeah, I might do like, I could just forget this for now. Like this, and this as well. This as well. And then I'm just gonna go and put this right around the middle. So I could just, in ZBrush, I could just cut this. If I didn't go to ZBrush, I would do this differently. I would just, for sure, just go for the low poly right off the bat, like the final model right here, and then just UV it and texture it. But since I am, do whatever. Alright, so now I could just go and extrude this and then just scale it, or maybe scale it like so, like so. I could just go for, yeah, this is a little different than what I had in mind, so this is gonna come over here. Yeah, no, this is gonna merge with that one, and then with this one. Yeah, that's it. Right, so now it's just merging. Target weld. Merge this with this, this with this. Apology is a little weird here. Oh yeah, I can figure it out. Just delete something like that. Then here, this part here is gonna be snapped to this, like so. Right, much better. Now it's just a matter of merging. Whoops. Center. Multi-cut, I needed more geometry here. There it is. Whoops. I want to just check the reference again. And merge these two as well. And now I just have to match it. So to the reference. Something like that. I could create a few extra edge loops here. Also, just around the corner like that. I'll just tweak this to match the reference, basically. So. I could do that just to get this slight curvature in, or I could do that in ZBrush, just sculpt in curvely, you know, like do a little curve or a wave there. So the basic, very basic geometry is already here. So I could just send this to ZBrush and then sculpt the whole thing. But check more the references. Yeah, the cutlass has like this shape, basically. So it's a little tricky. Yeah. That's basically it. So this could be a little thinner. Right around here. Well, it's a little thinner. Oh yeah, I screwed it up. I merged a couple of those that I shouldn't. No, I didn't merge them actually. I had them. This right here and this one right there. So yeah, this goes here. This. Yeah. Just check the reference. Nah. It's the other way around, like this one goes here. This one disappears. Yeah, it's like this. This thing, this little point here, goes inwards. Something like that. Yeah. And now I could just go in and this to the side. Do a mirror. Whoa, this is too bridge. Something like that. No tries. One, two, three. Yeah, I could delete this. Or just merging, yeah. Yeah, I could delete these edges. Delete edge. So I have 4, 4. Set to face. Right, so basic geometry is right there. Now for this part, I'm gonna go with a cylinder. Very basic cylinder. And then just match it to the reference as best I can. So we go like 2 polys. And then just go for the overall thickness first. Maybe tilt it a little. So now go for a lattice deformer. Lattice deformer, I'm gonna go with 3 on the t-axis. This is actually related to the UVs actually. It's a different coordinate system. You can see like blue and red lines right there. So I'm gonna go with something like this. And then just squint it down. Something like that. I could tweak this a little bit more. Maybe I could just delete history right here and then just create another lattice on top of it. And just go and put this to the side just to get that silhouette. So I could just, instead of just creating another cylinder, I could use this to create that other shape. Go for something like that. Delete history again, like so, and then another lattice. Just keep tweaking this until you get something that resembles what you're looking for. Like something like that. Maybe it's a little too thin. Just scale this up a little. This is offset, so I have to center pivot and go center it on the grid. Get it a little bigger than the reference. Or maybe not too big, or else it just looks wrong. Alright, so another. You can just create this around. Whoops. Then just go, I could extrude this out, or let me just tweak this a little bit. It's not perfect. You love the music. Neko Kuro. Yeah, that's called synthwave. I actually found a playlist of synthwave that's royalty free, because most of the synthwave nowadays, it's just uploaded a turntable of a 3D model to YouTube. Has Perturbator's Future Club song as a background, and they demonetized the video instantly because it has copyright infringement and whatnot. So yeah, I had to pick a Stream Beats free royalties music. Otherwise I would put like my favorite synthwave bands. I'm a big fan of synthwave. Maybe this is still a little, no, it's too weird. I don't know, maybe something like that. Okay, so I could extract this. Just go to edit mesh, extract. Where is it? Extract. All right, so I could just go, well, like so, and tweak this because it's getting a little weird here. Something like that. Not exactly same as the reference, doesn't really matter. Again, I'm gonna sculpt in ZBrush, so the bulk of the work's gonna be done in ZBrush. But the basic silhouette and shape, I actually use like the lighting mode in this stage, because since I don't have any lights on my scene, I use the lighting mode just to check the silhouette, check if it's working. See that? It's the same silhouette, so if you didn't have the geometry here, you couldn't actually tell how many polys there are. You couldn't actually tell it's very low poly because the silhouette just works. It just fits that, you know, besides the little chips, but it just fits. It looks like the final model, regardless of how much geometry you have. So sometimes, like, most people, like, starting out, I see them like putting like all this geometry like from the start, and you don't really do that, because the most geometry you're going to work with is in ZBrush, where you're going to be working with like 20 million polygons, 30 million, and you just want something to export to ZBrush basically. So I'm gonna combine this a little. Here, pure ref's getting in the way. Select this, then bridge right there. Is it the wrong way around? No, it's just that I have to do 2 bridges. Bridge. There it is. This is the basic shape. Now for this part, I could do this as the same mesh, but I could do it separately, and then in ZBrush using Dynamesh I could just merge them together. And here I'm gonna go for something a little different. I'm gonna go for an extrude, going like so. I'm gonna turn on symmetry right now because I'm getting a little scared that something might go wrong here. Oh, by the way, speaking of something that might go wrong, save. You know, I haven't saved in like an hour or something, so yeah, that's a good idea. Keep saving, or else it'll crash. I was using like ZBrush hotkeys right now. So yeah, just try to fit this in a little. You know, not necessarily. This might go like towards there. And then just go in and just flip that snap here. it's gonna be closed, so it's just so that when you do the model in ZBrush separate from the blade, when you bake it in Substance, it actually reads as there's like this crack right here, like this part in between, and it captures the ambient occlusion there. So just go here, something like that. Doesn't need to be perfect. Right. Now this is just a simple cylinder. I could just sculpt this in ZBrush like these details right here. It's a stylized weapon, so doesn't really need that. Yeah, I'm gonna do this separately as well, because I can feel like this part right here detaches from this part, so I could have done an extrude, weird extrude right there. So I can, technically I can forget about this part. It doesn't need to be there. I can just go in and just maybe separate this. This concept art's not ideal because I don't know what this means. This little darker thing, in terms of form, I know that this goes around like this, then it has like this crease right here, and then it goes up the top right there. But here, can't really tell, so I'll have to interpret it. I'm gonna do like the basic round thing. I'm gonna separate this. Extract faces. And then just go. Just go like so. Just get the basic shape right. Maybe I want to do this like that. I don't know. You know what I'm gonna do is without the reference. I'm gonna go with a cylinder right here, or maybe a semi-sphere right there. Create cube, the topology, or not, maybe just a sphere. Create polygon primitive sphere. And I'm gonna try to fit this. Delete this. Delete this. Trying to figure out that guard right there. Maybe I don't need as much topology for now, so I might just need that one in the middle and this one. And we're gonna slide edge. Slide edge, where is it? Slide edge, there it is. Slide it towards the middle right there. Then this. So you can see what I'm doing here. I could just go for the farm lattice and just try to get this right. Something like that. Now here I'm gonna scale it down. Maybe on both top, bottom, no. Something like that. Something like that. Yeah. Something like this. Problem is this little thing right here needs to be fitting. Needs to be fitting there. I could just create another. Alt Shift D. Just create another lattice. Or not. Maybe I'll just tweak this by hand. This B. Whoa. Too big. I want to be more on the perspective view. And now, because I want to feel how this works in 3D. This thing needs to be more close to this. Right. Yeah, it's something like that, and then just merge these. I don't really need these much vertices, like edges right here. Could go for like super low poly, and then just extrude this out. That's it. Yeah. Delete edge. Could use a sculpt tool here. Relax. Maybe this smooth. Right. It's just a matter of just going in and start tweaking. Something that fits what you want. Let me check on sort of wet mode. Yeah, sort of. The thing is, this is getting a little. Well, this maybe a little bit to the back so I can extrude this. Then I'm gonna dynamesh this whole thing anyway, so yeah, I don't really care about this thing right here. Let me just try and do it. I can extrude super fast. Like that. Let me try something different. I'm gonna delete this edge. Just go for super low res for now. Just to see how this works. Maybe this was okay, but those edge loops didn't need to be there. I could extrude this again. Right, so now yeah, now I could just merge this together. Looking good. Thank you. Thank you, Akbi. Let's play some Sea of Thieves, man. This is getting me the feels. Let's play some Sea of Thieves later. Just go for center. Yeah, okay, so this might go like this, like this, like this. Then if I want to add something a little different on the silhouette after the fact. Oh, no, okay. I can understand the concept now. Okay, so this is the thickness of the wall. Okay, yeah. So that's the problem with using concept art that's not yours. It's because you don't, if it's not super clear, if it's not like from the specific game, you know, like a production ready concept art piece, then this, if it's made to be modeled, it has to be extremely clear what this is supposed to be in terms of form, and it's not, because there's these ambiguous reflected light right there, and I had the feeling that this was going to go like this, and then there's a sharp edge right there and it goes in, but it isn't. It's just a matter of the lighting and how he rendered the light, so my bad. Okay, so if that's the case, then we're gonna have to do something different here. Maybe I'll just go, maybe I can tweak this by hand. Yeah, just gonna go like that, like that. Maybe I'll select the edges instead. This could be a little straighter. I don't know. Yeah, it could, but wouldn't be the same thing, so might be curved anyway. So this is going to go like that, and then inwards a little, this thing right there. Okay, so a little more thickness here, so I might just go to the side view, just get it a little thicker. Yeah. How much did you add to the book? You mean like detail wise? Not much, actually. I just thought I would create like 3 types of books, 3 variations, and then one of them is gonna have like a skull that I'm gonna sculpt from you know, from the start in ZBrush, and the other one maybe a different design, or maybe an anchor like in the reference pictures. But I didn't want this was too simple, too straight, the blocks. At the same time, I don't want this anchor, which is a little weird. I want something a little more pirate-ish, you know? Love it. Thank you, man. Makes you want to play Sea of Thieves, right? This is this part is a little different than the rest. Just model using the normals, the normal orientation, like so. Going like so. Going for some thicknesses is a pain. When it's curved like this, I could have done like a cylinder, but it would have the same problems. This is basically a cylinder with some edges, different edges, but so this goes and goes and goes. It becomes super thin right here. It just goes like this. What do you mean, amen? You mean like Sea of Thieves? Makes you want to play Sea of Thieves? Is that an answer to what? Okay. Okay, so this part at the bottom and the part in the middle are very simple to do the base mesh, because this is basically a cylinder, this is another cylinder, and this is like a tapered cylinder, which is super fast. But this part here is like, wow. Like, it's gonna have some... Could still fix it in ZBrush, but you want the basic shape to be as tight as possible. So yeah, puts you in the right mood for Sea of Thieves. Yeah, except with less chanties and more synthwave because of your playlist. Yeah. The thing is that if I start putting here like soundtracks or something, there are more, you know, with vocals and stuff like that, I get distracted. So normally synthwave gets me in the mood to work. So yeah, that's why I picked synthwave. That's why the whole channel's aesthetics is sort of retro wave-ish. Alright, so this is kind of working. If I smooth this out, well, the normals are reversed. I reverse the normals. If I smooth this out, it's looking kind of normal in a sense of, you know, that part. Alright, so now the part right here where I had issues, I want these vertices right here to be right there. Yeah, this needs a little bit more geometry right there. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, you mean, yeah, the synthwave, yeah. I can't actually work when there's a lot of lyrics, when there's a lot of, even there's some synthwave tracks that are not ideal for working because of the, you know, if they're too aggressive, too frenetic. Maybe in the beginning, especially if you're sculpting, like doing the initial stages of a figure or something, if you're working with something that's very loud, very noisy, it's not gonna work, at least not for me. So yeah, I want to merge this, combine, and just go like so, bridge. There it is. something's off here. Yeah, this vertex is off. Yeah, this is not right. Yeah, I would prefer to just target weld this instead of bridging. Yeah, I could just merge this. To vertices, to vertices, merge vertices, merge vertices. There it is. Okay. There's an extra geometry there. I don't really know where that's from. Alright, so yeah, this is not attached. I don't know why. Just target. Let me just focus this. And I'm gonna target weld. Yeah, let's switch off. Ah, it's not combined, man. Combine. To do target. Maybe center here, because this is a little off. Maybe target here. Ah, wasn't symmetry was not active, so there it is. Alright. And now for this part right here, which I might just merge this. This song seems like a rip-off of Sonic 3 and Knuckles' song, like Final Boss. The beginning. I don't know if there's any retro game nerds here. If there is, you're on my team. Let me just get this out of the way. Might be something like this, I don't know. Or something like, I'm gonna delete half of this, then I'll just have to mirror it, and the same thing here. Oh, something is really off here. It's not merging correctly, maybe. Right, so one edge loop here would do the trick, and then just go, this goes to here, this goes to here, maybe not. Maybe this edge could go away, just clean it up. This goes to here. Yeah, it seems a lot better right now. Okay, so now target weld. Symmetry is off. That's how it should be. Oh yeah, this needs to be merged. So combine, actually. Combine, target weld. Go and target merge this to this to this. And then just something like that. Yeah, something like that. Then the creases here, I could just sculpt and then ZBrush. And this is going to be a little more battered than it is right here, so like the corners and whatnot, these are too round. I'm looking for something a little more sort of chipped off, like the blade, because this is not coherent at all. This seems too clean for a blade that's this old. You know, like this looks super old and super worn out, and not super clean like this. Right, so this is the base shape for the base mesh for the handguard, basically. And then I'm gonna mirror, forgot that. Mirror. Did not merge. And this needed to go out a little bit, so maybe I'll just select these vertices like so, like so, and then just go maybe this one. It's not, and then just move them independently, normal, like that. Right, so it's something like this. Oh, this is not merged correctly. Alright, so just go like this and merge. Yeah, now it's merging. What the heck happened here? Jesus. Why the heck are those? Oh, okay, I know what that was. Those are still remnants from that edge loop that we had right there. Yeah, no worries. Just delete them. It's gonna be rounded off at the end, so yeah. So now just a matter of creating a cylinder right here, very basic one. I'm gonna draw this on ZBrush like with the cracks tool or something. Or I could just paint like a mask, extract, create this panel, and then just duplicate it and, you know, tweak it around. I don't know, there's a lot of ways to just do stuff in ZBrush. So I could just go like this, create a few subdivisions, and then after you scale it like so. Now we can scale it. Just go like this. Oh, for this I'm gonna taper this, so lattice. Wow, why is it working? It's not working. Oh, okay. I'm actually not into this song. Sorry, I'll have to switch this. I'm gonna go for a darker theme because it's ending, so it's already past the scheduled hour, but it's okay. So scheduled hour was like an hour or two, and we're how long? Yeah, we've been going at it for 4 hours straight. So I'm gonna just finish this part of the base mesh, and then we'll wrap it up, basically. Next week, the streams are going to be a little different. They're going to be one of the 3D streams going to be in the middle of the week, one of the days, like the weekdays, and the gaming stream is going to be on the weekend. So I'm switching them, which makes more sense. So I'm gonna go just finish this part right here. Get something like that. Something like this. And just rotate it a little. So yeah, this could be like a cut. It's okay to have it like that. And now I'm just gonna duplicate this face, just, you know, take advantage of this, and then just duplicate face. I like dark wave. This is dark wave music. It's a little more dystopian in a sense, cyberpunkish. Just go like this. Something like that. Here, I don't really know what sort of material this is. It looks like a gem or something, like a jade, an emerald or whatnot. And so I don't know if I'm gonna make this like faceted, you know, or if I'm gonna keep it as this form, you know, and then separate the UVs and texture it differently. Maybe I could do this separately. I'm just gonna extrude this in like so. Yeah, this is the same material, so it makes sense to have it like so. Then yeah, I could do like a little different than the concept, so I could just put like a diamond shaped emerald-ish sort of material and just sculpt it in ZBrush, and then once I retopo those normals, you know, like those facets, I'm gonna create a cool effect with a jade sort of opaque, sort of transparent material with some maybe the emissive, maybe a little bit of an emission here, like it emits light or something, like magical jade or whatnot. Yeah, I forgot about this. This needs to be extruded down, like so, inwards. Then I need to isolate this. Then I'm gonna go in and just, yeah, I'm gonna go in and just append these polygons here. Doesn't really matter because it's not seen, so if there's a triangle there creating some funny artifacts, it's okay. It's not gonna be seen, so it's not gonna be in the bakes. Might create some trouble retopo in the retopology, so, but for now it's just Yeah, right. Yeah, so now I'm just gonna go and do the same thing, just duplicate face here. And then just go in and scale this -1. There it is. See how easy that was? And now just append again. Append this polygon, those polygons right there. Damn it. Whoa. There it is. Then if there's a little triangle there, it's okay. I'm gonna dynamesh this. If I smooth it, there's a little weird artifact going on. But I could just go in and just go with multicut and just create this geo right there. Now there's no way that's gonna deform improperly. Or I could just bevel this, because I could go and bevel the edges before I finish up. There it is. Like, for example, right here, there are some beveled edges. Fraction. Like that. So we have like the base mesh for the cutlass. Now it's just a matter of exporting this, doing the sculpt in ZBrush, like the final high poly modeling. Go for like 30 million polygons. And then, the end of it all, bake, retopo, bake, and then texture it. Let me just combine this. Let me organize this outliner. So this is the cutlass. Oh, I combined it. I don't want to combine it. I want to be separate. So I want to group this and go for cutlass. And just put this right here, just so it looks cool. Something like that. Maybe with a little twist. Right, so the book is still, there's still some fine tuning to do, like doing maybe a little bit of topology here and extrude it out just to get some pages out. But we could do that like before sculpting, before sending this to ZBrush. This is gonna be maybe this model, doesn't really need that much sculpting, but yeah, 'cause it's sort of like this. But then other than that, we're gonna sculpt this, the sword, the paper itself. I might cut a few pieces here and there, or just paint the opacity and substance. Doesn't really, it's okay. Right, so, and the book itself is gonna have a lot of work, because I'm gonna add like a skull, like a 3D skull with millions of polygons on top. And the coins themselves are gonna be 3 different type of coin, then just duplicate around chest. There's still a stool to be made, so I'm gonna have to create that. I'm gonna go have dinner, guys, so we're gonna wrap this up here, and I hope you guys, you know, enjoyed watching me work on this diorama. This was just the first stage. She's like creating the base mesh of the overall objects. This is actually block out still. This is also a block out. This is also a block out. So the only ones that are like base meshes is the cutlass and maybe the book and maybe the coins. Other than that, everything else is just in the blockout stage, so I'm gonna have to rework on it a little bit just in order to get it ready for ZBrush. And then after the fact, we're gonna go through ZBrush with a high poly sculpting. Maybe the next one, I'm gonna switch this up, you know, in between streams. Like the next stream, I'm gonna go for like organic and character sculpting. I'm gonna do like a character, or I might keep working on Lilith from Diablo, you know. And I hope you guys enjoyed. Really, you know, let them know. Hope you guys enjoyed. Next stream is gonna be technical still, but maybe sculpting characters. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and let's wrap this up because I have to go to dinner. So thank you so much for your support. Thank you for your views. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for your follows. I hope you guys have a good evening. See you later.